All right, everyone, welcome to the stream. Glad to be back. Glad to be here. We're going to be doing a little small stream here where we're going to be going over some, not even going over, we're just going to be having fun. We're going to make some low poly art. I have some things set up here. We're going to do some sci-fi art for like a low poly game. I have some references here I got off the internet. So, you know, we're going to concept out with a grease pencil and then start making it in 3D and then texturing it and see what we come up with. Let me just continue setting this up here. Ref. All right, so yeah, we're just, there you go. We're just setting up the reference. I'm going to set up the grease pencil object here. Let's see where it's at. Put the grid back on the floor there I can see it. Let's make a grease pencil object. Let's do a stroke here. I'm gonna put in the storyboard add-ons. What is it? Storyboard tools right here. Gives me some extra tools for the grease pencil. I'm gonna lock this here. Then I'm gonna bring this up. Not the camera, the object. That's not. We'll just bring up the object here. Yeah, and we'll start doing some little sketches here. I think the reference images that I put here, I'm going to give them some transparency. And I wonder if we should work on a gray background. So let's put this back to 1 and let's set our background to gray so it's not searing my eyes. And then we're going to yeah, we're looking through the camera view, but I don't think we need, right? We could just kind of, do we need to? Let's see. Draw like this. So like if we were in the stroke here and we went to draw mode. Oh, let me turn on my screencast. Go. Yeah, we'll go to draw mode. If we were just to draw, we don't have to. Right. Cool. I think I can get rid of the grid. There it is. Probably make the camera invisible. And then we can kind of start just drawing on this plane here. Let's lock this back up. Okay, and then I'm going to what am I gonna do? Plug in my tablet. So let me do that. Right. Go. Let me get my glove here. Cool. Let me make sure my tablet's working. Right. Sure that it's okay. Working area. Just the first monitor. There we go. Full area. And I just recently updated the drivers for my tablet and it like messed all my settings up. We'll set all this, right click. Cool. Here. I know I should have done this before stream, but like, what can you do? Move this here. And when I go to erase, right? Does that work? It's not working, but let's just erase this real quick here. Oh, it doesn't look like the tablet part's work. All right, so I think I have to restart Blender real quick. So let's do that. This will open up one. Close this. Does that work? Let me check my settings. Man, I should have troubleshooted this. Where is it? I guess it's using that. Save. There we go. That has my pressure sensitivity up. Let's put this back to white. Okay. And then something I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna change it to vertex color mode. We're gonna do fill, so I can do these fills here. I'm gonna put this on tool mode so I could see the palette here. Might even bring the palette to the top so I can see it better there. This. We'll hit save. Okay, I think we're set up now. All right, so what I wanted to make here, oh, my storyboard tools add-on isn't on. Sure, that's on. Storyboard tools locked. Let me change a button here. I think it should be middle click. Middle click. This one. All right. Just so I can move around. A little bit more important to me than the right click. All right, and then we will put the opacity down on this one. We'll go to object mode. Control tab, do this, opacity, and we'll bring it down. Okay. I think now we're set up. So let's do some concepts based kind of like on these silhouettes of these guns. Let's around here. We'll zoom in. And what I want to do is I want to do like, I don't know, some cool cyberpunky. Let's do like a, not cyberpunk, but like a sci-fi type of revolver maybe. So let's go back to draw mode. Go and then so we're just gonna do a series of like gray, black, and white. All right. All right. So let's start with a middle gray. Let's even look. Oh, that's black. Darker. And we're gonna put in a stroke. We'll do stabilize. So we get a little bit more stabilization. All right, so, you know, there's a lot of sci-fi games I played that's had some cool guns. I think the game Control had a really cool design for their gun. Um, maybe no, stabilized stroke. Maybe we'll just go loose. So, right now what I'm thinking of is that I'm just trying to separate the pieces into different blocks. So what I think about is like big, medium, small type of thing. So, we got the barrel that shoots the bullet. Then do a different tone. Or it should be darker. Then we got the part that kind of like holds the stuff or whatever. The little thing in the front there. We got where the trigger goes. And then we got the handle. So it's like a three-part type of situation. So let's put it light here. We're gonna put draw behind, so it draws behind. There we go. Some of that there. All right. This play here. And now that I trace this over, we're just gonna figure out what can make this like sci-fi. You know what I mean? Well, how can we make this cool? Actually, let me object mode. Put this in front. Just so I can get this barrel part out. Okay. Okay. I don't think we need it. Okay. Over there. We're gonna draw in front. I think there's like a, what is this? What's it? I guess it's just like a cylinder. All right. So we got the cylinder there. And basically the barrel. I feel like this is has kind of like a rounded look. No, it should be rounded on this side. So I like, the distribution of shapes. Is there like a easy key to get like this, the eyedropper? Is there any shortcut for that? Do I have to just like actually click on it? Hmm. All right, that switches that. Oh, Shift X is what it is. So I can like click on it, right? You click on this. Okay. Okay. So Shift X, can't see it. Hold on. Shift X kind of samples the colors and I can like switch between these colors. Okay. So, maybe we can have like, I don't know, cool light showing up here. For the handle, we'll try and keep the main handle part. But what would make this, you would hold it. Maybe this like flares out. Goes like, so we can add little wings to it. That'd be cool. Would it be cool? I'm not sure. But instead of that color, we'll do it with this color. This. Then we'll use the dark color for the back. Something like that. Okay. I think the revolver, this part here, like it being like a ballistic pistol type of thing, I think doesn't not that it doesn't work, but like it's a sci-fi gun, right? It's gonna shoot laser beam. So let's figure out what we can actually put here instead. Put these the gray. Like maybe it's something where it holds like a battery. Something like maybe it holds the canister stuff in here, right? Like he has little orbs that have power in them. And just so it's not repeating pattern, we'll do 2 circles, one kind of oval, circle. Kind of let's break it up there. Okay, cool. Should something on top? Should something sit on top? I don't know. Like this. So yeah, right now I'm just playing with shapes. Just different shapes. Like what shapes would actually make this look cooler? Oops. What did I just do? Oh, I'm in wireframe. Okay. So far I like these wings. What does a sci-fi weapon have? Battery cells? Maybe this could be a cell in itself, right? So like maybe we could see through this. Maybe it's like a liquid powered gun. Like it has like this eco matter or something, right? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So maybe it has some like liquid in there. Sloshing about. Little ball, little orbs in there. Feel like we need to break up this line here, right? So maybe having like geometric shapes. We have a line tool, not an easy one. Like this. Okay. The triangle's working for me. Let's add the like black behind it here. Okay. All right. I think that's working for me. Kind of like the site has like a, I don't know, like some sort of tunnel that you look through that helps you aim. But should it have something else? Let would cutting this like that be cooler? So let's go into this mode. Let's shear this. Like, would shearing it be cool? Right. Maybe making it longer. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it's a powerful laser gun, right? You gotta hold it. Maybe it has like one of those grips in the front of these guys. That look cool. I don't know. Maybe. Uh oh, I'm putting shit in here. Okay. There you go. Maybe this in itself is also like adds some juice to it. You know what? What makes things sci-fi? Cables. Right? What if it had just cables just coming out of it? right? Oh, then it kind of gets in the way of like holding it, right? So like maybe the cables are from the front to the back. This is like NOS for your bullet. It coats it right at the end. You know, and it has some like liquid stuff in there. Let me put this in my favorites. Right click, add to favorites. I just keep draw strokes and back. I just keep going back up there and it's like bothering my hand now. Anyway, so maybe these cables kind of like light up. This is an attachment that goes onto it. Also with liquid, a liquid powered Mako spirit gun. Would having a knife in front of it be cool? Something like, what if it was like something like that? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. So let's use some of this black. This definitely kind of has to be kind of like flat, so it kind of has like that stopping power. Like it's like blunt. The language is like the book stops here, you know? You know, there's always guns that have like sci-fi guns that have like little pill stuff outside of it. Oh, I went up there again. I can just hit Q. So if I hit Q, there we go. You know, it's still like they're almost like pistons, like they release the heat. So like this. Then on the other side, it would look um, like this. You know, maybe they're light bulbs. I don't know. I think we're going somewhere with this. What if we took everything and we kind of just made it thicker, right? Make it a hefty gun. Oh, I forgot to take these. Okay. But yeah, what if we made it bigger and we made like a hefty gun? This. We can go here and just erase those points. Instead of being in point mode, I'm going to go to line mode so I can just erase lines pretty easily. Yeah, I think making it bigger has helped. I'm not sure how I feel about the handle because it's kind of breaking the design for me. So let's just erase the handle there, but we'll keep the cables. Okay, so keeping the cables. Gonna connect there. The cable's cumbersome. It could be. All right, I think I'm bored of this one. So let's try, oops. Play on. Okay, so let's bring back our reference. So that one we turned pretty cool. Let's see if there's any other ones here that like a cool pistol. The Mauser. The Mauser. Pretty interesting gun. I like this little baby gun. Maybe it like shoots a big blast, kind of like the Men in Black gun. This is a pistol and an axe at the same time. An axe flintlock combination. Let's see. An Uzi would be pretty cool. An Uzi, a sci-fi Uzi. So let's see if we can give the Uzi kind of like an interest. Let me make sure this is appearing correctly. Stroke mode, okay. So let's get the basic shapes here. So we got a barrel. So we'll put that in here. Good. We'll simplify this. It look like a binky. Okay, and then let me. Oh yeah, let me get the dark one here. All right, so we got this big chonkin part right here. All right, and then we got the handle that's here. Got like an extended clip. I think it's pretty interesting. Right. That's already in two parts. And then we got one more part here that I like to figure out what to do with. Which honestly, what is that back half for? It looks cool though. We'll put in the little knobbies, doodads. And we will grab this. And we're just gonna do 3. I'm not gonna go overboard. So this is we'll do the Uzi. All right, so how can we kind of do this one up? Boom, 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 boom. So I think with this one, it would be cool if this was like a twirling cable, like a coil. And that's what's kind of giving it the power, like a Tesla coil. It would be kind of dangerous though, right? If the electricity is going through there. But like that's the power of your the automatic plasma. I assume all these are gonna shoot like lasers or plasma or something. Maybe ballistics, but it would be cool. Like I said, so this has more like a coil vibe. And then it's not the part you hold. There has to be like a way for you to take it off. So maybe there's like a handle part at the bottom that you kind of twist off. That's the only part you can touch. Or maybe you could see through it and see into the cables. So like maybe it's actually encased. It glows and that's what makes it safer. So this is encased. See if I can get it here. There you go. So yeah, maybe that could be like a coil that's encased in there or something like that. Cool. And then maybe we can keep that motif going through the gun, right? So like, how would it look like going up into this? Would it have, you'll twist it on and maybe that's like your energy bar or whatever, right? Or like, these are just rough sketches that you do, just so when we start doing the low poly art, we have something to like think about when we're making. So I'm gonna break up this long line here and maybe add in kind of like a diagonal on there. And maybe these are also cables. Like this is like oh no, this is where the heat gets dissipated. Like these things heat up. The coil charges it, and then this kind of like releases the heat where the steam comes out. Because like the assault rifle's like blasted. Okay. Okay. I think this one's coming along better here. So the heat comes out of there. And then these little nodules here. I think. I always want something to upgrade it, but let's break up this big dark spot here. And let's maybe same thing, keeping the same kind of like maybe just two. One, two. Right? Maybe. I'm not sure if I like it actually. So we're gonna add like the heat that's dissipating from here, you know, it's heating up some sort of core thing. So let's just say there's like a cover that goes right across from it. Kind of like that. Kind of cool. Got a little line here. Maybe this shit's shiny. Shiny as heck. I definitely still want to break up this big black spot here. If we I'm just throwing shapes on here. See what sticks. I think this may work. Down to the right. Okay, maybe something that relates to the nozzle here. So maybe this one's like very see-through. Has like a lot of like stuff going on inside of it. So no liquid this time. The other one's liquid. And then maybe this nozzle kind of like do it from the back. And let me color. We'll do something like this. Yeah, I like that. And then it kind of sticks out. And then maybe we can select this over here. Delete that. That. Oh, there it is. Oh. Maybe something that like sticks out. That. Does that work? Looks a little silly, but I think this one came along a lot faster. And then this, we could probably get rid of this, honestly, right? Like, actually, delete it faster way. There. Okay, now I feel like the back is weak. So let's see how we can bring this into play. Like if it, like is it a whole orb? Or is it, I mean, you're not gonna be putting on this on your shoulder, so this can like it. I always want to add a tube, like if it just had a tube like this. Get it right here. Yeah, like a tube handle or something. That'd be cool. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's breaking the sharp stuff that I got going on. So what if we follow the same design language this way? So it goes like, damn, this will just stab you in the back. or like stab you in the shoulder. And you wouldn't have it that close, but maybe it's a diamond. I want it to be round because I think that would be cool, but like, would it? We'll keep it round for now, you know, and then it would have, you know, this is like a glass thing. Adds a little bit of fun to it there. Okay, I think we're about finished with like what we're doing. Oops. Okay. We got two guns. All right, let's do one more and then we'll start the poly modeling. All right, what other cool weapons do we have here? This one already looks like a futuristic gun that they usually use. The Heckler and Koch. Let's see this one. Oh, maybe we should do like a sci-fi blade. A blade knife. We got a hatchet, axe, axe slash gun. Never know when you need to cut some timber. Shoot a deer. Cool. Or we can just get the bayonet. Regular folding knife. We'll do a hatchet. Do a sci-fi hatchet. So yeah, let's do the shape here. I'm actually gonna do the smooth stroke this time. I think I can do it. Go. And then the handle. Two pieces here. Go. Ugh. The stabilized stroke always kind of like throws me off here. Doesn't need to be, it doesn't look good for this stage. We're just kind of like figuring out what we can do. And then I need a gray. It's actually 3 parts then. Go. Some of that. We'll do some of this. Okay, we got the 3 parts. I want this to be the other way around. I'm gonna select it all. I'm gonna do Control M, and we'll do it on the Z. That'll flip it around, and then flip everything else around. Okay. And we're also gonna bring it over here, so it's like nearby. Okay, so what could we do to make this a sci-fi hatchet? What does a hatchet sci-fi look like? So when I think about sci-fi swords and stuff, it's always like a glowing edge, which I guess we can do. So we will add in that glowing edge. It's terrible. Man, let me do the smooth stroke. And just lessen the radius here. It's so much harder to draw and do stuff like in blend. Okay. Maybe the whole thing glows, right? Like the whole edge there glows. There's not much you could do with the handle, right? Like this all just feels like cumbersome stuff. Maybe it has a battery pack, right? You got to charge your hatchet. You know what I mean? Like this is the future. This ain't we in the future we still don't have wireless power, right? So this will be like a little battery pack here, right on the hilt. It has like little cells here that model out there. Which is a dangerous spot to have it, because like I guess like something hits it, right? Like it would hurt the battery. So maybe we'll have something that it'll kind of like, if a sword hits it here, it'll deflect. So we'll do that. Cool. I think that's good. And I really want something to be in the handle. It doesn't make sense to have this anything that like conducts heat or anything, because like you're holding it. Maybe like spikes would be rad. Like these can, it also works as for bare knuckles, brass knuckles. That's what I was thinking. So let's add some spikes, but let's add it in the back. Do it like this. Like that. And then is it dangerous to have the bottom of it have like a spike so you can like push it down on something? Or maybe it has like a hook so you can like hook onto something. Something like this. Oh, this is a dangerous sci-fi hatchet weapon already. Do we give it little teethies? Like should it be at the end or should it be at the hilt? Right? I don't know about hatchet combat, but maybe that makes more sense. This feels like it'll be unstable, but I like, yeah, this is probably good because like if you were like fighting somebody and it slid down, it'll get caught before it hits the battery. Maybe that makes sense. Would having a hole in it, oh, would having a hole in it look cool? Maybe. Maybe this needs to dissipate heat too, right? So like I know it's dissipating the heat on the blade, but like what if it has like has a little thing in here. Let me get it. It has a little thing in here, right? Where it has a coil and it also glows. So it's something like this. All right, so it's like a core that's in there. Reinforced with some heat resistant metal. But the blade is still strong. So all this is connected somehow. Uh, what else could it have? I guess that's about it. Right? I think that's cool. I think that works. Okay, so I think we're done with the concepting. Let's take a gander at what we got so far. So we got our pistol that kind of looks big, a little chunky, has little cells on it. The cables are connected to this, whatever this part of it is. Sharp sides, and maybe it's like liquid based, is what I was thinking. So maybe. Has a little handle and like little fun wings in there or whatever, right? Then we got the Uzi. Uzi needs a whole cable, like a coil cable that maybe you could see through like a glass. That heats up. That's the power. This is the power thing. It radiates the heat from the vents on the side, shoots a lot of bullets. And there's a cool crystal at the back of it for some reason. And then we got the hatchet, which doubles as brass knuckles, has like little power cells there, has a little curved hilt where the battery is. So if a sword does slide down there, it'll just slide off or it'll get hooked on these holes. And like the Uzi, it has kind of like a cell in the middle of it where it then dissipates the heat. So the battery's here and then it dissipates the heat here because this whole thing is electrified. And I guess I could signify that with some like Z, right? Let me switch to stroke mode. Stabilize stroke. I hope these lines are for me. They indicate that we're charged up, right? The thing is radiating the power, and then we'll use different colors and stuff. Okay, same thing with this, right? Like this radiates stuff too, but honestly, I don't like how this looks, so we're just gonna erase it all. I think that's enough. Okay. Cool. So now I'm gonna unplug my tablet and we'll start doing the low poly builds for this. Let me unplug all my stuff and we can get a move on here. All right, we're gonna get out of draw mode. We're going to take this off and then we're going to take off the storyboard tool so that doesn't take up any space. We're gonna go back to this. We're going to put the grid back on. There it is. The grid. Cool. We got our gun wrap. We'll put this into the reference section there. Let's give ourselves some breathing room. Cool. I'm going to be modeling it. So this is the front. This is the side. We're going to model it from the side. So I'm going to rotate the reference there just so I can kind of see it there. I can just grab all this, kind of center it here. So we're in the same place. And then we could start kind of like building out some of these. So the first one we're going to do is the top one. So we're going to kind of make this a little bigger. Honestly, I'm going to bring this down and then just bring them up as I need them. So let's bring this one kind of up here. And let's start by making a cube. It is white for some reason. Is it white because of the viewport? Or is it just because of the material? Hold on. Okay. So I have two materials that I'm going to be using. They're like little gradient atlases. And that's how what we're gonna use to build out all the texture part, but that's not for now. So right now we're just gonna use a normal gray material. No saturation, no hue, just a little bit of material there. And we'll start building out the pieces. We're gonna call this, 0, 0, 0, and we'll start kind of like building out the thing in chunks. So we see that we have like 3 chunks here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna Control R, we'll do a loop cut. Go into wireframe. I'm just gonna delete the wires, the half of the cube. So we'll go back to solid view or rendered view, doesn't really matter. I'm gonna take this off there. Okay, we're gonna go to render view. Then we're gonna add some modifiers. We're gonna do a mirror modifier. So generate mirror. Put in the clipping. And I think that's all we need to do. So the first thing I want to model is like kind of like this front barrel here. And I think I jumped the gun. I think I should just use a hexagon here. So let's I'm a silly person. Let me bring back the 3D cursor. There we go. Let's do a, keep pressing the wrong one, cylinder. Let's bring this down to a hexagon. Or should I do an octagon? Maybe an octagon would be cooler. Probably should do a hexagon, but let's just work with it. I'm going to put in the cavity here just so I could see the edges. We're going to rotate on the X. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the origin point to be on the back here. So I switched it by using change origin. I'm going to hit Control G. That'll center it. The center there. And I think what I want to actually do is bring the stroke here that you can no longer see because I changed this. Oh no, it's because it's affected by lights, isn't it? Hold on. I guess not. It's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it over here. We're gonna size it up. I'm gonna be turning it on and off as we go here. Go. I'm also gonna move it back. So let's move it back. Like this. There we go. Okay. Now we'll start building out piece by piece what I need to make here. So let's do this. We're just gonna use this as a guide. We're not gonna follow it to a T here. Slowly gonna build out what we need here. So this will extend a Y, and maybe we do these. We will do a bounding box and we'll rotate. Maybe we should rotate it by like a certain number. All right, so I'm going to do a loop cut. Oops, I'm gonna do a loop cut here. Then I'll select this, and I'll rotate. I'm pressing all the buttons. What degree is this? 12 degrees? Let's do 12 degrees on the negative. Do this. I don't like how it kind of like shrinks down. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go to edit mode, select the bottom vertice, change the cursor to there, press the period key so then we can put this to 3D cursor. So then that's where we're going to pivot this section from. Keep pressing, wrong thing. We'll pivot there. And from here, we're pivoting what? 10 degrees, -10. And then we'll scale it up. Just a tad bit here. Yeah, that's cool. And then we will hit I. Actually, let's do. I think I have. Is it loop tools? There's an add-on that I used to use. Loop tools. Here we go. Loop tools. We're gonna install this. I'm gonna save it. I like using loop tools. Gotta remember how to use it. Okay. Cool. Because what I want to do actually is do this neat trick where we do an inner extrusion on both of these faces by hitting I. And then we connect these two faces. I think the tools. Under edit, loop tools, bridge. And then that bridges the holes together. Pretty cool. All right, so we got a barrel here that seems to be what we want. All right, now we're gonna build out the next piece. I wish this wasn't so bright. So bright. Is it just because of... Oh, it's just because of this, huh? Is the world bright? This bright? My screen just bright? For me, I'm like, this is just like a white screen. This is just white. But yeah, I guess that we control that with this. So no, we'll go into this mode. Oh, this is black. Is there no way to see this in this mode? We're gonna use a matte cap. Let's use a metal one or like a shiny one. It looks kind of cool. But yeah, I guess you can't see this in solid mode. Which I think is interesting. Um, so cool. We got a barrel. We'll work at it like this. Cool. Barrel. Next part, we're gonna do this back part here. So I'm just gonna select the loop here like that by holding Alt, Shift S, cursor to selected. So I could spawn in a cube, but we're gonna separate it so its own thing there. I see that this is not going into the right thing here, so let me go out of edit mode. We're gonna select these, hit M, do a new collection. We're gonna call this pistol, uh, pistol blaster. Cool. So what are we doing? So we got this piece here. We got, it's called cylinder, even though it's not a cylinder. We're going to put the origin of this here instead. We just move the cursor and set it to 3D cursor. And then I think we can hook Control G. There we go. Now it's that piece. Now what I'm going to do is, this is where I'm going to mirror this one. So I'm going to mirror this, select the points, delete, put in a mirror modifier. The clipping is in. I'm also going to select that so I can select both pieces. And then I'm going to go into wireframe, kind of like map these out a little better. Eventually going to go here like this. this. Blah, 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 blah. And then going back into this mode and bringing the gun reference back up. We can see that that has kind of like a little ridge coming out from the bottom of it, from the barrel. So let's line up this barrel correctly. And up here, we'll do a loop cut. There, we'll do another one. There, we'll do another one. There. We'll select these. Bring this down a little bit. Bring this one down. Like this. We'll bring this up. Cool. I like it. I like it. I think what we should do for these edges is probably bevel them. They shouldn't look like a block here. So we're just gonna select that. I'm gonna hit B. We're gonna bevel them out. Maybe add some cuts. Nope. Bevel it out this way. It's actually kind of interesting what it did here. So I don't know. Does that work? Maybe. We're gonna scale these. On both ends here. Oh my god. Kind of has a cool look. All right, so the barrel looking pretty sweet. I think we're gonna make it a little skinnier. So we're gonna select it. We'll do it by bounding box. We'll make it a little skinnier there. I think this edge is dumb sharp. So let's bevel it out. And maybe even bevel out this bottom half. Maybe that's stupid, actually. Let's see. Control B. Not sure. Not sure how I feel, but we'll keep going. So it looks like the back half I might do just as a separate piece, but we will see. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna project a cut through this entire thing. So I'm gonna grab I'm gonna grab a plane. Gonna rotate it on the Y. Gonna go into edit mode, go to face mode, hit X and do face only. Only face. So then I'm left with the edges here. I'm gonna grab this, shrink it down. And then on the X-axis, I'll have it right here. I'm gonna scale it. And scale it on the Y. Right here. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a knife project. We're gonna slice through it. Because I'm honestly, I don't think I actually care about topology right now. So we will do that. All right, so in edit mode, I'm gonna select the barrel, not the barrel, but I should know the names of this. The part that holds the bullets. I'm going to go to edit mode. I'm gonna select, nope, gonna select the plane. I think I'm selecting the wrong stuff. Hold on. This. Let me name this, actually. pistol, barrel. Cool. Then we're gonna call this pistol, chamber. Cool. And then we're gonna call this the cutter. Us. We'll color this red and we'll color this green. Cool. So now we'll go to the barrel, we'll go to edit mode, then we'll select the cutter, then we'll go into mesh, knife project. That should cut it all the way through. I gotta make sure I hit cut through. Did it not cut it? Like went away. That mesh project. Oh, it's projecting it wrong way. So if I do mesh project, there we go. It cut through. And can I bridge them? Oh, there's nothing to bridge, but okay. So we have the hole here that we will use to put in our stuff in here. So that's a cool cutter. Don't care about these N-gons. Can I just select this outer edge here and bridge it? I really can't. It's because it's mirrored. But if we like extrude it on the X, that works. We're gonna select all, hit M and do nothing. There you go. So now we have the inside of our chamber there. So that's pretty cool. Neat, neat, neat. Okay, now something I want to add here is like those tall fins that I like there. And I'm gonna do that in a silly way. So I'm gonna get the barrel, I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna grab the duplicated barrel. I'm gonna split this up here. And then I'm gonna cut it in half here. I'm gonna select the pieces that I want. I'm gonna hit Control I to invert, delete, delete faces. We're left with what I want. We'll bring back our pistol. And then our duplicate here, right? Here. All right, and then we'll dissolve this edge here, dissolve edge. So now we got our plane. Such a silly way I did that, huh? So we'll do that. We'll extrude up. We'll bring this down. Go to edge mode, bring this down. And then we're gonna project. I feel like I overcomplicate this, but yeah, we're gonna project it so it sticks to the bottom there. But anyway, so this is good. Because then we'll get the edge here. We'll select the whole loop. We'll Control B. We'll split it. And then we will select the top. Delete the vertices. Kind of left with this guy. Good. We will connect these here. This will be a face. This will be a face. Like that. Okay, maybe we'll just get rid of this front face here. We'll just delete the face and the edges. All right. Cool. Then we will maybe just erase the back edge there too. Oh, the face. Cool, cool, cool. And then, what a fancy way I did this. We're gonna select the bottom. We're gonna go into our data here, make a vertex group, hit assign. So now it selects the bottom. We're gonna use this because we're gonna use a shrink wrap modifier on this. So we'll do this. Modifiers, deform, shrink wrap to the surface of this, but we're only gonna do the vertex group. And that's gonna set our plane there. Gonna hit apply. Now we're looking sweet, bro. Looking sweet. Maybe we do a mirroring thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna center my cursor, and I'm going to delete the one on the right. So I'll hit L. We'll do faces. We'll hit mirror. Why is dynamic paint? Okay. Generate mirror. And now we got our cool swooping thing that we can kind of mess around with a little bit here. There is something I do want to fix here with the projection. Let's go here. Yeah, on the Z and that Y, that's good. Maybe I should hit G twice, slide this one down. Kind of give it a similar angle. Maybe not. We're gonna select that and maybe shrink it so they're more like triangular pieces. Looking pretty sweet. On the concept, it looks like it's pointy at the top. So maybe if we just slide down this edge, so we'll go to edge mode, hit double G, and we'll slide it down. Looking pretty sweet. There's definitely a weird thing going on here. If I maybe slide it down, will that help? Do I have this on? There you go. Yo, that's as sharp as a tack. So if we go to edge, if we bevel this, would that look cooler? Not sure. Right now it's twisting that face, which I think is kind of cool, but we'll fix that later. Okay, so we're still building here. All right, so we got our chamber. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to go into this empty chamber. I'm gonna select these edges here and then hit Control S. Move the cursor to the middle so it puts it through the center of what's selected. Then now when I make something, it'll open up perfectly in the center there. And then we can kind of like up a little better here. I wonder if we just select edges, hit Control B. I think we're going to keep the sharp edges type thing going. So we'll hit X. Would it be cool if it sticks out? Maybe. We're going to select the edges there. How about we just do 1/2? Right? What if we did both halves? I'm going to make a separate window here so I can see this while I'm working on it. This. We take off all the stuff. We change the view. 50. We're gonna do 2 views. This one's gonna be right on the side, like this. Off the headers here. And then this one will be kind of like cocked at an angle here, so at a 45, so we can see what's going on. All right. Now we'll continue working on this end. Give myself some breathing room here. Okay. So this is kind of interesting. Maybe if we, or maybe it should just be kind of like a glass thing going on. Maybe we'll grab these ends. We will hit I to kind of give it a inner extrusion. Oh my god, all the wrong buttons. Inner extrusion. We'll hit Alt E and we will extrude along the normals on the Y. I wanted to extrude along the, there it is, extrude along normals. There we go. So now it looks like it's actually connected to it. And we'll just continue forward. You know. All right. So the next piece I'm gonna piece out here is oh, I forgot this like small chamber thing down here. So let's do that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to edit mode, select this edge here, select the cursor, and now I'm able to put the cursor where I want it so I can spawn a cube. We're gonna bring this down in edit mode. We'll go to face mode, change the origin to the 3D cursor, and now when we're here, we're family. So we'll make the little chamber thing here. This should be pretty easy to do. Bring this. Looks like it goes more back here, so we'll bring that a little bit further back. Kind of give it the gap here. And then also bring this up higher. Okay, so we got that part. I think this part would be cooler if we moved it. No, let's scale. Oh my god. Can we just this the right way scale? 0. Okay, so we made it flat. Then we're gonna bring it forward. We should bring this forward. Actually might make it look a little cooler. We're gonna isolate this for a second. Because I want to connect. I'm gonna go to edit mode. Go to subdivide. Actually, no, we're not gonna subdivide. We're gonna get the face here. I'm gonna go to edge mode. I just want to kind of faces here. Because I don't know why I cared about that. Because I can just continue. All right, we're gonna grab that. We'll do the edges there. Uh-huh. do is here, I'm going to leave it as is. I think we're building up this. I'm gonna put a matte cap on this. I can see it a little better. Yep, matte cap's better there. Same thing with this. All right, let me get a little drink of water here. Think about what I've been doing. All right. Do a little stretch. Drink a little water. And we will continue. So, cool. So we got this going on. Pretty cool. This has this beveled, so let's actually bevel it. If that gives us a better look. I think it does. We'll keep it there. Cool. Now what we'll do is we're gonna make the trigger area. So we will open up the mesh. We'll do a cylinder. Oops. We'll do the mesh. We'll do the cylinder. Rotate on the X there. Yeah, we'll do, what is this? An octagon. Octagon. We'll do the same thing I did before, where I just select both faces here. We hit I. And then we hit bridge. Bridge it up. We can select the whole thing now. Scale down to the X. A little more. Something like that. We can kind of stick it in here. Looks like it's stretched out on the Y a little bit, so we'll stretch it out. Shrink it. And actually we'll make it a little thicker there. All right, cool. And maybe we'll make it a little longer. Go. And now we're gonna get the handle part. We'll make that as a separate piece, but there's something I want to do here, which is we're gonna select that back piece. I'm gonna duplicate it, hit P, and now it's its own piece, right? It is. Because what I actually want to do is scale it down a little bit here. Extrude. Click on the X. Is that what I wanted? I want to kind of to create that spiky thing that we got going on. Maybe if we go into edit mode, we'll hit K. Oh my god. I wanted to kind of make a. There we go. This is what I wanted to do. There we go. Because what I'm really doing here is I'm trying to add in these bins. Let's see, we'll do bounding box this time. I don't know. I don't think this is working, but we'll see. Shrink them down. And then we'll grab all this. Plus the edges. Then yeah. All right. I think that detail will show once we start adding this hilt here. Cool. So it's not called a hilt, but whatever. Okay. So you got that part. So what we need is now kind of like the handle, and we'll make that out of another hexagon. So let's get that. That cylinder hexagon. And let's see, how big does it need? This. I'm gonna put the origin point at the bottom. So it rotates from there. And it looks like that's about getting there. And we'll bring it down. We're just gonna grab the top face, hit double G, and then we're kind of gonna like extrude and rotate. So there. I know there's like a function here, but I never get it to work correctly. Let's see if I can now. It's over here somewhere. Let's see. Bin? What it is? Extrude selected vertices in circle. The cursor is the indicator in the viewport, right? So like, so let's see if I can do it. On these X. It's like a cool tool, but I can never use it right. Let me see if I can do it. I think it's here. Nope. Right? It kind of looks like we're looking for it, you know? Like where it rotates. I don't even know what these options do. Like select circle. Like if I just do something like this, then I move this. It's interesting too. I think I might just do it by hand though. So by hand, it would just be me like in this, doing tweak. I think if I remember correctly, I could just, yeah, I can right click and starts building out what I need here. All right, this thing's actually off-centered. So we'll make sure that it's centered on the X. There you go. This works. If I put a modifier on here, ew. We go to edge mode, go back. Adding more loop cuts kind of help here. This. I think this thicker. Go. I think I'm getting the handle here. It looks like a banana, but I think just mess around with this until it works. I think this is getting there. I'm going to select that so we can there we go. Just kind of like stretch it out from here. Not sure. Not sure here. Maybe it should be pushed a little more. Or maybe like these edges here should be flattened out. Has more of an oval shape. I think that's helping. And also, maybe I should do some proportional editing too. Kind of cool. I think, what if like I don't have like a smooth vertex here? Let's see. Smooth vertices. So I'll do Control R to repeat the smooth vertice. And then we'll scale it up. Scale it like this. We'll make sure to shade smooth. Oh. I'm gonna grab the head here. Do proportional editing there. Okay, and then I'm gonna add in this block cube at the top, and that should start shaping this out. So I'm gonna add a point here. And then add in a cube. Place it in. We'll kind of go to edit mode and we'll start shaping this up. Pick up proportional editing. Go. I'm gonna push this out. Scale up. Scale out like this. And we'll just grab the top one. Do just this top face. Something like that. All right, and we'll grab the handles. Gonna isolate this, then we're gonna undo that squeezing we did. Proportional editing. Still think it looks kind of weird. All right, for right now, we're gonna make this invisible, and we're gonna see if we could just build out the handle from this piece here. So let's see what we can do. This scale, scale on the key. That. Scale this out here. I'm gonna select this loop cut. Got to maximize that. We're gonna do this loop cut. Go back to square. That's when I'll erase these faces here. And then connect these. Okay. I'm gonna just keep extruding for a second. I just want to see how far we can take this. All right, we'll connect these. Dissolve these edges. Then I'm going to bevel this. Okay, let's just bring this closer. This. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rip this off. So we're going to hit E to separate. Now this is its own piece here. We're going to go back to this piece. Delete extra faces here. Reconnect this. Then we're here. Like these. Go. Oop, there's a weird thing going on here. Ones going on here. Gonna get these edges. Gonna connect them like this. Alright, select all, scale by 0. Scale by 0. Oops. Scale 0. God dang it. Scale. There we go. Cool. Yes. Then we'll bevel these edges. Unisolate this. Okay. We'll select from the bottom. Proportional editing. Not that exaggerated. But we'll take some liberties right now. All right, just to fix this, we're gonna subdivide it. Subdivide this. Divide this. Gonna use A. Gonna cut that. Okay, let's just erase these faces. All right. I think we're getting somewhere. Cool. And then we're gonna erase this face. What I want to do is hold on, I don't know why I like fixing this topology. Doesn't matter. We'll fix the faces. There. That. There. This. Divide. This. Wasting time here fixing this topology for no reason. But why not? A little wonky, but whatever. My goodness. Go. Why am I fixing this? Okay, we're almost done. Better not be for not. It's probably for not. What a weird apology I made. Ugh, doesn't matter. We're fine. All right, so we got this, which I think is looking pretty cool. I think what we could do is raise this up. We just did something like this. Edge mode. Scale. Not do proportional. All right. See if we can add some flair here. Add in a little bit of thing that I was doing here. I think we gotta mirror this though. Go to that. We'll select. Go all the vertices. Generate. Looking cool. Going to right. Right. I think we just make it into a point there. We almost got it. A little extra stuff going on, but I think it's looking pretty good. Let's it's this piece. There we go. Bit bigger. But skinnier. We'll isolate it for a second here. And we're just gonna extend this, honestly. Yeah, all that work was kind of for naught. Gonna do this. Delete the faces. Select this. Do Control F grid fill. Would that work? I don't really think it matters. I'm not gonna see it. But we did want to extrude it more. But we did that. Gonna bring it in. Right. All right, I think we need to break up this block here, and I think we were almost done here with this gun in particular. All right. So let's see what we can change here. Cool. I think this inset. All right. Because I have it mirrored, I wanted just to do like this inset that works a little better here. Would Kind of cool. I feel like that back half just looks a little empty, but I wonder if we can do anything like does this even matter? I don't like it. Okay. There's something I want to fix here with the handle though. Also mirror this. So let's see if we can. Definitely weird looking. Just get vertices. Does it work? A mirror modifier on that. Kind of like grab these edges. Uh, let's apply it. Okay. Dissolve this edge. Gonna dissolve some edges here. I wanna fix what's going on here. That ain't good. Messed up actually. Okay. There we go. Go. Okay. All right. So vertice, vertice. I messed this up. Messed up right now. Okay. Look at that. What's going on there? All right. Let me just erase this face. Face. There we go. We'll keep it going, I guess. Okay. Erase these spaces here. And let's just start erasing spaces. Okay. I can dissolve this for this side. But this will cut screwed out. Got this. So this. What a okay. Fix the monstrosity that happened there for no reason besides aesthetics. So what we'll do is we'll select all of it, hit M, dissolve some vertices. Now when we select this, we should be able to kind of flatten this out. Auto smooth. Okay. Cool. So now some extra doodads and doohickeys. The two pistons coming out of the end there, and then maybe some of those holes and stuff. We'll do some of that. Maybe we'll add some cables. That feels stupid. So let's do that. Um, let's let's model a little capsule. I think I had the extras. I thought there was a capsule thing here. This capsule. There it is. Maybe that. Okay. Oh my god. Rounded cube, which is the capsule. And we'll hit smooth. Then we'll cut it in half. Vertices. Bring it out. Get these edges. If we want, we could do like a grid fill. Surprised the grid fill doesn't. Oh, it's this one. There you go. 3. Look at it from the front. We'll offset it. There you go. All right. And we got kind of like a little capsule here. We'll take the smooth option all the way up. So it's actually a smooth capsule. Cool. And then is correct. Now we could do a snap to closest face. We will do a line rotation to target. And see if that works for us. It does, but it does. There you go. If I choose center, but there's a way to easily center the face here. Uh, 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 yeah, I thought there was a way. I thought it would center onto the snap on. It does nearest. Median? Closest? Oh, face center. Here it is. Cool. So center, face center. There it is. Oh, that took forever. Okay, so now when we make it larger, you have it there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a empty under collections here. A plane. Can't really see it, right? I took it off. Oh no, it's in the center. We'll make it a circle instead. A sphere. Make it larger. We don't really need to see it the whole time, but I am going to use it to add a modifier for the mirror and then put it to that empty. There you go. So then it'll be mirrored on both sides there. Cool. And then I can take off snap. Can drag it out. And then we can scale by the Z. And judging by what I did there, it's like just one just be cool. Should they be rotated? Like, should we rotate by the Z and just have it sticking out like that? That feels cool, I think. To embed them a little more. Stretch them out. Bring them up a little bit. Right? Go. It is pretty cool, but hard to add any details here because if I chose to extrude the faces here, that look like. It's a little bit too much detail. Let's extrude just along the normal. All right. Got that. And I think what I wanted it from the little concept that I made here, maybe the see through that little part there. So let's do that too. Right here, we'll inset it. Honestly, if we did a bridge across it, would that look cool? Be pretty sweet. Bring it down a little bit. We'll just get that top face and we'll just bring that up. I think that looks kind of cool. We'll put probably a glass in there. Like we said, there's going to be like liquid. So it'll be liquid in both the areas. Okay, and then we're forgetting the trigger. Maybe some cables. We got a cool gun. I'm probably gonna add in a face here. Can't see the inside there. Good. Da, 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 da. Okay, and then we'll invisible. So got that going on. Okay, and we're just missing the trigger. And I'm not liking the back half, so we'll do the trigger and then let me see if I can thicken this up. Oops. Scale X. Scale Y. Oop. Scale Y. And we'll grab this. Scale Y. There you go. Okay, so that's looking cool. It's not super thin. And then yeah, so we'll do the trigger. Then we'll do the back, and then I think we can start texturing it. Right, so let's do that. Gotta select the edge mode here. We're gonna put the mesh, scale it down, grab it here, bigger here. Gonna grab the face, and I'm gonna do control click, rotate, scale, and then control click, scale. We got it there. And then we'll just make it a little thinner, a little smaller. Bring it on the Y. There. Cool. Got the trigger. You might need more of a trigger since this one goes all the way down. Let's do that. So let's do the active element, rotate it, scale. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Let me drink some water. I don't like this gap here. Gotta fix it. The gap's fine. I'm not sure now. Gap is killing me. All right, no gap. No gap is good. All right. Oh yeah, so the trigger, we got the thing in the back, got that. Then maybe I think I'm gonna skip the cables. I think it adds too much noise. And then we'll just add a thing to the back here, maybe figure out what is going on. Okay. So let's get another cube. Then we're gonna name everything and then put it together and blah blah blah. Let's see if we can make this feel better. Like top, oops, the top. Okay, I think that is starting to feel a little better. That. Okay, that feels better. And then maybe we can bevel these edges. Cool. All right. I think we're pretty much there with this guy. So let's rename things and do things, and then we'll texture it. So we'll hit save. So piece by piece. We'll call this pistol. Chamber. No, clip. I don't know. I don't know what these pieces are called. Clip. So this will be pistol, barrel, bar. Okay, and the next one, pistol, back, bike. Cool. Pistol. What is it called? Handle? Sure. Pistol. Trigger. What is it? I'm gonna Google parts of again. I Get the real words out here. Okay. So it's actually pistol grip. Yeah, we got the pistol trigger. We'll call this the pistol hammer. The gammer. Hammer. Okay. And trigger guard. So pistol trigger guard. And this thing is the old handle that I don't need anymore. And honestly, like, these are cool, so we put two. Ray. 0. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Rotation. And this. There we go. Then mirror. Then we. There we go. You can also move it to the front. Closer to the front. Add more space. There you go. Pretty cool. Okay. See, I named everything else right. So pistol. This could be called. I guess. Everything's good. The barrel. Okay, the spikes. Pistol back. Pistol barrel. So we'll call this pistol sights. Pistol barrel bar. I don't really have a name for it from what the images I'm looking at here. So yeah, we'll just call that bar. Pistol barrel bar, pistol grip, pistol hammer, pistol sights, pistol trigger guard, pistol. What would this be called? I guess we call it a magazine. No, that would be called. Pistol. We'll call it base. What is this? Pistol base flip. Okay. Super wide. We'll save. I think we have everything named. What is round cube? These are called. Oh, I need postal. I. Pistol. What are those, like orbs? Cells? The lights? Who call them lights? Sights. Trigger guard. Got the whole thing. For the trigger guard, I think I want
I'm just gonna fix some of the origins here, right? Cool. I'm gonna parent all this to an empty. Let's add in some lights. A light. Why doesn't that work? Sun. There it is. There we go. Looking pretty cool. All right, we're gonna start texturing soon. Make sure everything's good here. Grip, ba ba ba. This. Go there. Oh shoot. That up. Let's apply. Can I apply all the mirror modifiers? I think I will. So let's do that. So convert to mesh. I'm gonna add this to quick favorite so I can do it to all of them. So mesh, 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 mesh. Okay. So those are all nice and done there. All right, and then now I'm going to do something here. Gotta add in an empty sphere. Get kind of that size there. That. Gonna bring it down. We're gonna call it pistol controller. We're gonna parent all of it to that. This pistol the object, and now when we grab on this, moves the whole thing. Cool. That there. We'll activate the references. Now we got a gun. Who needs a gun? Pretty cool. Looking fun. Looking dandy. Looking a dandy. All right. Cool. So I think we can start texturing now. And let's see how this goes. I'm going to open up a new window, put the shader. We're going to go piece by piece. We're going to do it here as well. Take out these headers. Right there. And then we're going to use this window for what we need, which is UV editor. And we're going to start building out these gradients to see if we could make this look cool. A little tired. All right. So for these materials, what I'm going to do is there's these two gradient atlases that I'm using, and if you like them, I put the links in the description so you can get them. So we're going to be using this milk banana one, and what it basically is a texture. So we'll go to it right now. This. So it's basically a bunch of gradients that are put together, and what we're going to do is we're going to UV project, we're gonna cut it up so it'll all have like these different gradients on there. Then we can start playing around with like what the colors and stuff look like. So let's start by saving. We'll do the barrel, and I think what we'll do is we'll do U. Go to edit mode, go to U, and go to project from view. But I think I have that in my. There we go. And now I have my barrel, and I can get up here in the top left. I can start moving the UVs correctly. I also don't like the background. I'm just gonna make a quick background real quick here. Give me one moment. Utilities. Great. I should just save this. So much time. Go. Give it some fun colors, you know? Path node. There we go. And now it looks nice while we work on it. Okay, so we unwrapped it. We're gonna rotate this 90 degrees negative. Oops. Rotate 90 negative. Okay. Then we can shrink this and we can pick any of these gradients here. And then we can scale it up. Just to make sure we're looking at this right. Go. All right. So let's see what the different gradients look like. See, we can have the gradient. We're gonna make this a little skinnier. Make the gradient go from the base to the end. I think is what we want to do here. I wonder if we make this smooth. And we smooth that barrel out. Okay, there. And then we got different gradients here we can use. Some a little bit more obvious than the others. I think we'll do, for right now, this one right here. Cool. We're just going to do it normal gun color, and then we're going to try and, I don't know, do better ones. So same thing for this one. This one we can probably have a color. Project from view. Now, what if this thing was blue? Also, we got to give it the material. This can have the gradient from the other way. like this. And then make it skinny. That's kind of cool. Or should it be the other way? Like, oops. Q, project from view. It would be this way, like this. Maybe. So we'll rotate 180. Cool. We'll do this. Project from view. Like, should we do it like this? Also give it the material. I don't want to make it all gray. We'll make it all gray for now, but no. And instead of this, what if we did it under missions? Too bright. This one. Oh, let me make sure a couple sRGB, heat, losses. Okay. Let's keep going. Thing. Wrap. Grab it over here. Here you get with the material. Cool. This. We'll just do it all the way down. All right. So we did this. Why does it end up being this? I think so. I think that's what's going on. All right. So right now we just have a gray looking gun. We're gonna keep going, and we're gonna figure out some different colors. Right. Project from view. Let's give this one a color. What if it was pink? Sick. All right, let's give it thing. Do purple instead. All right, I like the pink. What if we just made this a pink gun? All right, keep it going. What else haven't we done here? Oh, the sights. Maybe the pink flares. Okay. Do the barrel. Do that one blue. You. Going. This little edgy thing here. These are two different ones I want to do here, so what I'm gonna do is we could start like jazzing it up with some other material stuff on it. Okay. So for this, I think I am gonna select these for right now. Delete them. That. I'm gonna do a mirror. Select the. Then I am gonna do an array. 3. Oh, spread them out like that. And I select right here. Select all that. There we go. Go. Do unwrap project from view. So this will definitely these material will invert. But we'll also invert project from view. This one could be like a fun color, right? Do this blue for now. Get different blue. Okay. Bro, that's a blast. I've the seen one. Hey Lonnie, how's it going? Oh yeah, we making a blaster. We making a blah blah. We making a blam blam. All right, let me make sure to clear these edges. So give it a different go. Did you make this from scratch, or are you testing out some stuff? Oh, I made it from scratch. What I ended up doing, just so you see the whole process, I had some references of pictures of guns that you'll see somewhere. Oh, they're there. I had some references of images, and then I drew over them. I picked 3 different guns. The gun that I'm doing now is this pistol. We zhuzhed it up though a little bit. Then I thought I was going to be able to do 3 on stream. I barely was able to finish 1 here. And then there's like the Uzi that's all sci-fi and shit. This one's all sci-fi. Sci-fi magic. This one probably, I was thinking about having liquid in the chamber in there and then liquid in there. That's what we're unwrapping it right now. And then there's the Uzi, and then there's the hatchet that's like charged with a lithium battery or something. So we're building it. Let me here where we choose this. Pick from view. Selection cursor. Selection of cursor offset. Selection of offset. Okay. And we can just grab this. Like that weapon you made really invokes a story. Thank you, man. Really, I hope it does. I don't know fully. I try to make choices that made sense and stuff, but I did it on the fly. I was like, let's do some more low poly stuff. All right. I think we need to do all of these. This, control plus. Actually, and I want this to be a window, so let's do this. Let's bevel it or loop cut it with the edge there. Then shoot ends there. Hit control plus. What the hell? Okay. Try this again. Whoopsie. Okay. Okay. There we go. Now we can choose ends. Now we can select these. We'll do that. Then we will hit project. We'll hit project. Go. And we'll do selection offset. Do control M on that. Do on the X. Selection offset. Then I can select both. Okay, there we go. Squeeze it. Make it taller. All right, so I think that's good because what I actually want to do is make this like chamber see-through. Same with the other one. Ooh. And the other one is this one. So let's go here. I think we can. No. Okay. Cool. So what I'm actually going to do, this is looking not what is oh, okay. So yeah, we'll do this, we'll scale it up, then we'll squish it. Now we can choose color. Now we got that gradient. Hope this is okay here. This is something weird going on here. I'm going to choose this and I'm going to scale on the X. I think that's that. Scale on the X. Okay, that should fix what I think I was seeing. Okay, cool. And then we will make these glass and maybe give a clear coat to some of these, and we'll start seeing if we can add more details. So for this one, let's select the guy. Let's go to the material, add the same material, and then select this little button here. Call this one glass. Then under settings, render method blended, and then I don't think we're gonna use a glass, like we'll use a glass shader, but that's so expensive for we use the glass shader. Oh, hold on. Yeah, glass shader, and then materials, we assign this. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Exactly what I'm talking about. I don't think you can see through it because it's Eevee, so we're gonna have to use a transparent shader instead. But let me make sure. Da-da-da. Okay. Right. I can't just use the glass shader in this. Thickness, volume. Yes. Blended, dither. Okay. Oh, all right. It's transparent and glossy is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna do shader, trans. We'll do transparent and translucent. I forget what the difference is. Translucent. Erase that. Parent. Then we can show the transparency through this. So we can also make sure we get the gradient from it. We can control the color with the ramp. Something like this. Cool, cool, cool. We're getting glass, and then we're gonna give it like a reflection, and we'll do that by an add shader. See if what translucent does though. What's the difference? That's not translucent at all. Yeah, we'll do transparent, and then we'll do an add shader, and we'll mix it with a glossy. And then we can see that it's a glass. Then we'll hit the roughness down. There's our translucent material where you can see the reflection there. There's the sun. Kind of looks cool. All right, so that's what we do there. Some add shadery stuff. And I wonder if we can make the gun and barrel look better. Also, let's project the inside so it goes into darkness. So we're gonna select that, do this, Select it from the side, project from view. Oop, that was the wrong one. Oh no, I guess that works. Interesting that it would look this way though. Oh, it changed all of it. I don't want to all of it. I want to project these. Do you have a name for this weapon yet? Not yet. I'm not sure. We're still working out the details. It's gonna be powered by some sort of liquid shit that I haven't put in there yet. Magical. I'm not good with this. Naming the stuff. Project from you is not. Ah, there you go. There we go. Now we squeeze it in. No, that's not what we do. We rotate on the 90. Negative. Then we this, squeeze it in, shrink it. All right, the part that I thought was gonna go dark is not. So we fix that. Oh, I didn't. I'm a dummy. Oh, I see. If I select the face here. Okay, so I'm just gonna unwrap from the front, and we're just gonna make this black. No if, ands, or buts about it. Just make this dark. Cool, it's being selected there. Okay, and then we'll grab this, then project that. Okay. Now, see what it looks like in there. And it should go from light to dark. So we're gonna rotate this on the 90. Stretch this on the Y. Skinny it up. Shrink it down. I have it in revert, upside down, so rotate 180. There you go. And I need one that goes all the way to dark. Would it go? Okay, and then I'm going to we're almost there. um let's unwrap it one more time. I think I have the UV kit here where I can straighten this out. All right, let's see what this looks like. All right, this is doing gradient, your direction. What's a clear gradient? So I guess what's going on? This one. All right, so it looks like the bottom is that. Goes up. Okay. So what we have to do here is rotate it 90. Scale it up on the Y. Shrink it. There we go. Looking badass. Honestly, maybe I'll do this one. Oh, let me sync it. There you go. Oh, where is it? Where is this? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, it is in reverse. I did it the wrong again. So we'll get this. We'll rotate it 180. There we go. Now it fades in. Yes. Yes. And now we can choose different stuff for it. Since it's blue and purple, we'll make it find a gradient that maybe has that. That. Yeah, boy. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I wonder if we can make this all glass. So what I'll do is I'll isolate this like that. Couldn't. Oops. Shift. No. Control G. Shift G. Normal. Like that. Control I. Go into the materials. Add in the glass material. Oh no. Change this back. Then add the glass material. Fine. There we go. Now I'm going to unwrap these properly. What if I unwrapped it? I squished it down. This looks like. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Do it a different way. Oh, the glass material is affecting it there. All right, I'm going to project it from here. Project from view. Then this should work better. And as intended. There we go. That gradient is a little better. I think what's going on is like some weird thickness stuff. Like if I added a fire there. What the smooth by angle. Okay, then is it in the settings? Oh yeah, the transparent overlap is good. But what if we just gave it some thickness with a modifier, solidify, generate, solidify? Right, and then last resort is shade, remove. Looks pretty good. Need to fix it so it looks a little better. Okay. We're slowly building this up. Okay, and then for this guy, we're gonna make this one also glass. This glass line. Kind of see through that. There's like this I feel like I can fix the normals. What is it called? The transfer? Data transfer? Custom normals. The source of the normals. I went and I made like a sphere. Smooth. Made it invisible though. Click back here. The sphere. Then let's fix some of it. Because internally it's still. Then gotta do this. So much bullshit going on here. I'm going to check from view here. We're just gonna put this over here. Can add some contrast there. Oh, you can see that it's cutting into it. Okay. We can fix that. Guess we can add a subdivision. Just one. We can grab this. Take it off. Grab this here. Select the, oops, select the, that. Read this out so we have more to work with. Then try it again. Didn't see it cut too much. We'll put something in there to be cool. All right. Cool, cool, cool. So this is looking good. I think we're gonna change this one. Something else. What is this one? On blue. That's what we'll do. Cool. All right, and then for these guys, I kind of want the outside to look different. So the other inside is where? There? Okay. These. This. Maybe it should be the blue. Maybe we should just keep it simple. Maybe we should switch the places. Switch places. And Control I. Maybe that looks fine. Nope, it doesn't. Inside can be the blue. Oh, these colors are looking so nice. I don't know. I think I'm spending too much time in this. We'll keep them blue. All right, and then this piece here. I think we already have it. Let's see if we can pick a different color. All right. I don't think that looks too bad right there. So dark, light to the top. I think I'm gonna switch the barrel so it's oh oh. It should go the other way, so we should squish it on the Y. Rotate it 90. Scale it back up. There we go. Do the same for this one. Goodness. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Right, for the trigger, I think we should go dark. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, and then for this piece here, well, I do like how it is. I think we rotate it. So it goes dark to the bottom, light to the top, and then for this, same thing. We'll rotate it. Oops. Yeah, rotate 180. Oh, rotate. There. All right. Cool. I want to see this gradient a little better. Probably just needs a stronger gradient. Reverse. Right. I think we're getting there. Now let's add some different stuff here. Let's play around with these shaders a bit. So for this one, for the barrel that we have clicked, right? Barrel. And we add the coat onto it. All right. I don't like it. You make it transparent. There. And let's just make something with it here. We got a principal shader. And we're gonna go on an and shader. And we're gonna go to input. Layer weight. We're going to shader emission. Shader. Mix between these guys. Cool, I think. And then we're gonna do color ramp. But it's a constant. Cool. Let's just do it for now, honestly. Fresnel. We'll take it off a constant. And then what we'll do is we're going to get this texture. We're gonna do a color. Color, mix color. And then we'll do an add. We'll add it to itself. There. So then now color kind of makes sense. We went back to constant. Be weird. Okay, we'll go back to linear. You barely see it, but it's there. We'll don't clamp the factor. Okay, and then let's do a color dodge. Bring this here. We'll color dodge, but let's do a hue saturation for one of them. And then we put the value up, saturation up. Just so we can see it. We can change the hue here. Right, because if we take off the world, Looks like this just looks ridiculous. Looking at dead on like this is kind of intense. All right, so maybe we should just do one saturation. We shouldn't do this at all. Let's just take this off. Like a pink color. Do blue. Bring the world back. Okay. Cool. Let's get this glass here that we have, and we're gonna duplicate it, and we're gonna do glass and glow question mark. Can it glow? We do an add shader. We're gonna do an emission. And then plug it in, obviously. And then we plug in the color. Okay. Then we go to the compositor node. Add a new one. Add a glare. We'll do bloom. We'll turn on always. We crank this up. They glow. Wow, 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 wow. Let me put the glow on this end. Okay. Pretty cool. All right, so for this glass, can I put glowing stuff in there? Let's make a new collection. Fudge cracker ball. We're gonna shrink that in here. We gave this a blob material. Blob. And then we just add the reflection. We did the shader. We did the add. We'll put that in there. Actually mix. We'll do this. We'll do the mix. Same thing we did before. We'll do mission, put it in, do the Fresno, follow a ramp. Okay. This. Let's put it to concept for a second here. Cool. And then bring this up. Let's give this some depth by getting all of these guys, duplicating it, X, rotating them by bounding box. Cool. And then in these M balls, can we necessarily select one? Oops. All right, and then for the glow, it should be color. Cool. I kind of want the same material in over here, except I think I want a plane. We'll hit X. Oh, okay, no, we'll put this on the X right here. So I don't think I actually a cube. Cube will fill this out. Why this doesn't work the way I want it. All right. Cool. That's good. We got some glowing stuff. I wonder if we can do a different color. Glue, glue. A little too bright. Okay, this is a little too bright. Okay, and the compositor maybe like blast it. Cool. All right. I think almost done. I've been streaming for a while here. I think I'll add one last thing and call it for the night. We'll make another one next time. All right. So let's go. Let's select this edge here. We'll select that, duplicate it, hit B, go into that. We're going to extrude on the Y, scale 0 on the Y as well. Like this. Cool. Now what we'll do is we're gonna add its own material. So we'll select this, call it blast. We're gonna UV unwrap this. Select all, project from view. We'll select this. We will scale by the 0 on the X. There we go. That's probably fine. Then I will rotate it 90 negative and then squeeze. Right. Right. We'll do this one. Rotate on 80. There we go. All right. So this one, we're going to take away the Fresnel thing. We're going to take it off. Cool. And then we'll go here. Oh, I guess we should rotate it actually. Go. And then we're going to make it transparent. We'll do a shader. Make shader transparent shader. Then we will make it transparent. And then we will use a texture gradient. Control T. a separate XYZ. Put that in there. Now we got an invisible blast going. And this. Right, we're gonna add another texture to it. We're gonna do texture noise. Math node. So like these two here. There you go. Kind of give it some roughness. Go. Cool. This one can be. I think we could probably just make a color instead. We could just do like emissions. No, that wouldn't work. Shader emission. Make sure. I think it will work. I just have to do the right thing here. So I just have to do this. Color ramp. Cool. Can we do like the value? Okay. I think we did the same thing without using the UV maps. And I think if we then call this barrel blast, that's 0, 0. And then we duplicate this and this. Something like this. More of that. Oops. There we go. And then we call that blast. That's 0, 0. Then we can the color here. And then change the size of this. This one Also change the size. And then got it, blast him. Wow. All right. And then we're going to select this here, go to settings. Instead of dither, do blended. Same thing with this one. Blended. There we go. And then I think we can add a color contrast. This one. Maybe not a color contrast. Maybe like a color ramp. No. How about a curves? If we use the different texture, something stupid like Voronoi. Whoa. Okay. Forgot to paint. Go. Guy. And this. There we go. Okay, last thing I'll do here, because it's been 4 hours. But let's add in a, one of these guys. Set it to one of these. We hit shade smooth. We rotate on the X, bring it out on the Y. We select like this. We'll do it with cool. And then we'll give this a blast. About the other blast. About a blob. There we go. And then we'll parent this controller. We'll call this bullet. Control P, object. There you go. Now we got a blaster. We be blasting. I wonder if I should just give the inside of it here. I should just get the blast. Fine. That's stupid. Uh, um, okay. All right. And we're done. Let's get a camera up in here. Happened. Okay. The bullet gets parented to this. Okay. Okay. Go here. We hit home. That over. Bring that bullet in. Why? Actually, this camera better here. Go. Why does this have here? That's what was happening. I accidentally added keyframes. The things. All right, let's rotate like this. We'll do it 90. This. We'll get the camera. Hey, spooky. It's going well. I've gone way too long again. But it's done now, so we're finishing up right now. Looking pretty cool, huh? Do 0 on here. And then we will insert keyframe. Then go to the end, to 300, and we'll go to 360. Insert keyframe. And then we'll grab this by 1. I don't know about this for now. Keep the for now. All right, looking pretty cool. maybe we should do a wider camera and get real close. Yeah. There we go. We make this a square. I feel like so much empty space in it. All right, I think we're calling it. Get back 1920 by 1080. Back up a little. Put the camera down here. Cool. Here. This is for the thumbnail. Let me just set this up real quick here. Oh my God. All right. I think I'm calling it. I like it too. We got cotton candy colors. All right. I think this is the end of stream. I streamed for 4 hours. A while. So I hope everybody enjoyed. This was actually a pretty productive and straightforward stream. So I'm glad that all worked out. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, Spooky. I appreciate you, Lonnie. I appreciate you, whoever else is here. And I'll see you tomorrow. We have 2 more things to make, so to look cooler and cooler. All right, everyone. Take care. See you later, Spooky.